Pro Burnouts.
How good is this? Just to wet your whistle just a little bit, we've got open qualifying burnouts coming up after this. But to kick things off, we've gone and dropped the big old methanol-fueled blown 427 combination in the Hilux.
In the Hilux.
In Luxifer to start things off. Now, you kind of let the air out of my tyres a little bit, Josh, because you said a test skid. And that usually means we're going to just take it a little bit easy. You know what? No! Send it! Absolutely send it. Do you guys on the hill want to see Luxifer send it? I want to see Luxifer send it. Look at this beautiful piece of kit getting ready to go as the first car onto the burnout pad to get us started off for your night of skid here in Alice Springs. Final instructions from the starter. And here we go with Luxifer.
Very angry burnout there from Kyle Douglas in Luxifer. I think he's going to be happy with that. And I think he also took Chris Mitchell's advice. No test skid out here. He's absolutely sent it. And I think he's very happy with that one. Alice, make some noise.
Special guest riding shotgun, Kyle Loftus from 1320 video as well. A set of tyres off the start tonight. How much do you love that, Alice Springs? What a way to start off our skids for tonight. Holy hell, Josh, how can we top that to start things off?
Well, the percussion out of that vehicle was absolutely amazing. It sounded on song, and I actually watched that modification happen with the headers there as he just spins it around the burnout pad with that classic Aussie flag off the back of it. How cool is Luxifer? It's one of the best looking burnout cars in the country, and that 427 war speed was absolutely screaming. Look at the fans in the crowd. The mullets are out and about. I can't wait to go in and see all those absolute legends in the crowd. I hope you're having a good time, everyone.
Love the Rick and Morty Udi I just saw there in the crowd as well. Rocking that to stay warm if things cool off. We are in the Red Centre in the desert, but things can cool off just a little bit. What a way to start off your skids. We've got the live stream up and running, so tell your friends if they can't quite make it here to Alice Springs Inland Dragway for your burnout qualifying. We've got some dedicated fans on the fence. Let them know the live stream is up. I'm watching right now on Performance Garage on YouTube as we get ready. The first of your open qualifying cars waiting in the chute, Josh.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have Sacked out here first. Really looking forward to seeing this car. Alice, get your hands in the air. Get the limiter fingers ready.
Here we go then. Please welcome Peter Barnes in Sacked.
Well, Peter Barnes in the number 24 in sacked. 5.7 litre LS1 powering that machine, and you can tell he was on the limiter at the end there, but let's check a look at the replay as he tips it in to the hard-ass burnout pad.
The man from South Australia starting things off. Plenty of smoke. Turned it on very quickly on the burnout as well, and immediately gets to work and absolutely drowning out the red CentreNATS burnout pad. Lots of smoke. Love the old open bonnet technique. Just one of the many strategies to keep things cool. Is when you're not moving very fast, but you've got lots of wheel speed and lots of revs, you can really build some heat in these engines, especially in a naturally aspirated format that can start to really be parasitic towards the end of the burnout. You want to keep maximum wheel speed. As straight away, we kick right back into it with Red Dog.
Well, give it up for Brock Neville. What an absolute burnout there in the one-tonner. Another LS1 powered machine. And what a tip in there. Good speed and a good amount of smoke there as well.
It was pretty red hot to start off from the Red Dog. Brock Neville at the wheel. Did you hear the little flutter towards the end of the skid, though, Josh? I'd be worried for that engine health if it just started to maybe get a little bit of hot, dropped maybe a cylinder, but it only sounded momentarily, like it corrected itself later on in the burnout. Love a bit of a bush ute with Red Dog.
Yeah, got the old RM dust covers out the back of it. It's awesome to see. You don't see that very often on burnout cars, so yeah, really cool to see that out here, and that's the great thing about this event.
Pretty classic for a bush burnout ute in Red Dog. A nicely presented car as we kick straight into Built to Fry.
So going quiet on the burnout pad, and it looks like that LS motor has gone no more, Chris.
Well, I actually going to hazard a guess and say a bit of drivetrain issue because it went to a bit of free rev. He's out of the car. How about it, though, for Eric Lattimore in the Calais, built to fry. Up on the replay, checking this out. Love a bit of the purple smoke. It's pretty nice in the afternoon, late afternoon sun here in Alice Springs for the red CentreNATS burnout pad.
Yeah, we love to see it. Good smoke scores there as well in the Calais, using as much of the pad as possible as well there.
It was just towards the end of this burnout that I heard some of that free revving and the car was sitting static. That might hurt him in the scores if it's unable to be driven off the pad. Looking aside from the replay, the car is still stranded in the middle of the red CentreNATS burnout pad.
Yeah, good amount of smoke there, getting very, very close to the walls, but I'm not going to say anything on the touching of anything because I can't call it up here in the commentary box. That's for our judges downstairs to have a look at, but really good driver skill here as well, using of the pad and using up that entry chute. If you don't use that entry chute this weekend, it's going to be very hard to score high on the driver skill,
Right
Chris.
there, right there.
Yep.
You see the car kind of snap and straighten out and roll to a stop. This is the current status right now for Eric. Still stranded on the burnout pad, and it looks like Eric needs to be pushed away. Our fire crew on the scene here, and they're going to get to work. Sing them out, folks, here at Red CentreNATS. Cheer them off for Eric Lattimore. It built to fry. Calais that is just going under its own power.
Yeah, nothing but limiter there as it makes its way back down the entry chute.
Checking out the awesome crowd here. Give us a wave if you're in the crowd. Check this out. How good is it? Yeah, there's tons of hands. Make some noise, Alice Springs, if you're having some fun already here at Red CentreNATS. How good. Epic crowd tonight. Already this is day one for the activity out here at Alice Springs Inland Dragway as we are getting set with your next car. It's the 312. The purple VX Commodore. Please welcome Eddie Redzepi.
Well, it goes quiet on the burnout pad for Eddie Redzepi in Violate. And I don't know whether it's done drivetrain or not.
It's creeping. It's moving. I heard a cheer from the crowd. Passengers still giving a bit of a G up, but the Reds are out for Eddie. And he's taking no further part in this skid. He's going to just slowly creep things off the pad here. Let's check the replay. It's Violate. Eddie Redzepi cut short on the skid and did not get those tyres off.
Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate there for Eddie as we look to this replay. Looking very, very good at the start there. Plenty of driver skill in the driving department there and a heap of smoke as well. So Eddie's going to be a little bit upset there that he couldn't get both tyres off and finish off that skid, but we'll go back down to the burnout pad as our next entrant makes its way out.
Dominic East coming in. This is Piggy Bank.
East will be very, very happy with that one in Piggy Bank. She's out of the car. The crowd's happy. Look at that.
How good. 2 tyres off in quick succession. They went pretty close together within about 10 seconds of one another. Check out all the phones recording the skids. Everyone wants to get their share of the action from down there on the red CentreNATS Burnout pad. This car is getting double skidded tonight. Dominique's already done her part. Marcus is going to have to get back in the lineup, bag another set of tyres on the back end. Hopefully it cools down enough and go out and try and qualify for the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to love...
Not tomorrow, Sunday.
Yeah, you got to love the double duties, Chris. It's awesome to see the husband and wife team out there at the moment, and they will get that car prepared, new tyres on, and they'll send it back out. Just doing a little bit of a pad clean in the background, but we're continuing to watch the replay up on the big screen. Dominique using heaps of the pad. It's her first time back on this pad in a very long time. She used to be a local here, so she hasn't skidded this pad in ages, but it's good to see that she's come out and driven it around the way she has.
It's a well-presented Commodore too. Looking pretty tidy as far as Commodore Burnout cars go. Still sans a fuel filler flap. It's got both front headlights and rear tail lights intact, at least, as you saw there, the tyre letting go. And we get set for your next car. Stephen Goodwin getting up and getting ready in the entry chute. Don't hate! And he's got a very special passenger riding on for the red CentreNATS Burnout pad.
Well, give it up for Stephen Goodwin, the Alice Springs local. He's going to be very happy with that, ladies and gentlemen. You can't half tell he's one of the judges here at the local comps because he used every inch of that burnout pad. And we'll look up on the replay, look at the instant smoke, and look at the speed of this tipping.
Left hand down, straight through the centre of the pad. Was not a crazy fast tip in, just kept it conservative. Conservative? Jeez. Wow. It's early in the piece too,
Yeah.
Josh. Buckle up, buddy, because it's going to be a lot of fun. Don't hate Stephen Goodwin smoking us out here. Got us set off and got the JOB done as your 7th car out there in your burnout qualifying for open class here at Red CentreNATS.
Yep, going to be happy with that one as we've got the little ranger out, young Connor Tatani.
listen to it. A bit of rim bash on the pad. How about it for Connor Tatani? Lil Ranger with the little Volvo that could. The Alice Springs local, Josh, throwing down here in qualifying. Do you reckon that's worthy of making it to the finals?
Oh, it's going to be interesting. We'll take a look up at the replay. Dad having a good watch there, teaching him, trying to get him into that pad, but pretty good driver skill there and not too bad on the tip in there, Chris. Nice and conservative, but really good on the entry shoot later on in the burnout there. But yes, young Connor Tatani out there.
It takes a bit of work to try and turn the car around. It is a big old bus of Volvo. We said little Volvo that could. That's just because bloody Volvo drivers back in the day. But trying to turn that thing around in the chutes, it's a long old car as we get straight into it. Chris Prasad back on track on the pad here for the qualifying skid.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Chris Prasad, another one of our Alice locals, absolutely sending it.
How was Nan on the fence there, just giving it a good old clap, enjoying that one. Here's the replay for Chris. Bit more higher speed in the tip in. Got the sunroof open to try and keep the ventilation flowing a little bit.
Passenger very, very happy with the skid so far. And Chris will be very happy with that one. Kept it off the walls. He's another one of our local burnout competitors, and I can tell you he's been at this pad a heap this year, so he definitely has a chance at making it into the finals on Sunday, but we still have a heap of cars to go.
A bit of home ground advantage as next up, please welcome Jacqueline Tatani, Lil Shit.
Give it up for Jacqueline Tatani in Little Shit, Alice Springs, another one of your Alice locals. Look at this lovely looking VT and look at the passenger straight out the sunroof. Those coloured tyres are an absolute spectacle here at the red CentreNATS Burnout pattern. It's great to see so many of our competitors using them, but that wind is also playing a factor in tonight's Burnouts because it is sticking around.
It absolutely is. It's making conditions just a little bit more difficult for our Burnout competitors to sight where they're going. We've got a bit of lighting poking around there. This man's going to try and experience that. Kenton Clow in Keno.
On the Alice Springs Inland Dragway Burnout here for red CentreNATS Online. Kenton Clow in Keno. Alice Springs, put your hands together for another one of your locals. They are showing up.
How's the rev party and rim bashing all the way off the pad? Just big old stabs of the skinny pedal. Check out the replay of that one there from Kenton. A fair amount of speed on the tip in, not really pushing it all the way to the back end of the red CentreNATS Burnout pad, but a lot of smoke. It was very instant on the turn on as soon as he got on the hit. As we got a whole bunch of people joining us on the live stream on YouTube. Say good day, where you're watching from and who you're cheering for. Who do you think is going to take out the big one? A, going into the finals, and B, to take out the main finals on Sunday as your next entrant. Coming on down to the Burnout pad, make some noise for Goofy.
Give it up for Jamie Misson in the Goofy Ford Falcon BA. Having a look at the replay now. Pretty good smoke scores from the BA and using plenty of the pad as well, Chris.
Love the multicolour on this thing. It's got a bit of blue, a bit of silver, a bit of purple. It's got a yellow freaking engine bay and a Barra singing the tune to make it happen. It's seen a skid all 100, depending on how you want to look at it, but pretty stout skid there from Jamie Misson in the Goofy Falcon.
Yeah, plenty of smoke there for for Jamie as he makes his way back into the entry chute. And I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that entry chute is a lot smaller than it looks on the big screen. There's a lot of, a lot of wall taps down in that area, but it's very hard to tell up here in the commentary box as we're pretty far away.
And if you're looking at the car to see whether it's hit the wall, it's missing a rear bumper. It doesn't look any different.
It doesn't help.
As we get ready for our next one, entrance 692, TJ Hush in the Smartass. Smartass is not ready to send just yet. Just being held by our startup. And they got a very quick cleanup, just a bit of debris down there on the pad. You know how difficult it is to keep a Smartass in check? Here we go. Now we're going to get the send, ladies and gentlemen. How about it? Make some noise. Bring him on into the red CentreNATS burnout pad, TJ Hush.
Put your hands together for another one of your locals. That's TJ Hush in Smartass. Finally gets the other rear wheel off. And he's got to be happy with that one. Nice and easy on the entry there for the tip in. Nice and close to the wall there. But it was a very conservative burnout. TJ normally drives another vehicle out here, but he's changed it up this weekend and jumped in the Commodore. He's normally in a Hilux, but he's done pretty well for his first time out here in that car on the red CentreNATS burnout pad.
Took a little while to get that passenger side tyre off. We were watching that intently to see whether it was going to let go or not. As you see the replay, it was really pouring out tons of smoke at the same time as the driver's side tyre let go. But it took a long time to get both tyres completely run and done here for TJ.
Yeah, passenger really happy, really trying to convince that passenger tyre off the rear of it, but he ended up getting it done. Very, very happy in the end there was young TJ.
Lots of people checking in the comment section online. Let us know where you're watching from. Who's your favourite so far? And how much you love your burnouts. Broadcasting live from Red CentreNATS 09 here in Alice Springs. Meeting in the middle for a ton of fun. DJ, you can see just still trying to get that passenger tyre off as we get ready for your next contender. It's the Calais. It's Stephen Bishop, VX57L. looks like things might be coming to an end here for Stephen Bishop. Josh, we saw how much coolant was just dumping out of the front end of that Calais.
Yeah, the Calais was not having the best of times.
7L.
Entrant 101. But as they make their way into the entry chute and then out into the pad, it was very nice and slow. I don't think they want to hurt this very good-looking Calais. But with the LS on board, they decided to bring it out in the open for a skid. Because why not? What a better thing to do than go out on a burnout pad on a Friday night and let it loose.
Getting ready for your next contender then. Look at the monstrosity that is hanging out the top of the engine bay on this thing. Benjamin Gay in six-pack.
Well, it goes quiet for that Allotech. The supercharged motor for Benjamin Gay starts back up. We'll see if he gets back underway.
Got the belt from a bloody belt sander turning over that supercharger that is parked sky high in the air. We're just waiting to see signs of life from the six-pack. But the Reds are out and the fire marshals are on the scene. You can't park there, Ben. And he's going to get instructions. He needs a push. Sing him home, Alice Springs. Come on. Cheer him out the back door as we check out the replay. No, we don't. We're back into it. And back into the replay again. From the skid that just wasn't meant to be for the six-pack.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Benjamin Gay. Awesome sounding motor.
There's a couple of fans of the blower setup on that one coming through in the comment section right now. People liking something a little bit different mechanically. Not just the same old barras and eights and barras and eights. And just to change things up, I think we put a barra in there again. Something a little bit different here. Jared Hayward, VT2 Fry.
Well, VT2 fried. Jared Hayward, I think it's pretty fried at the moment, are those rear tyres. And he's happy that he got both of them off. And look at that.
He's got goodies.
That's so good. The crowd is going to love that here at the Alice Springs Inland Dragway for Red CentreNATS 09.
How good is that? Love the coloured smoke as well. Mean burnout. Tons of limiter. That thing was absolutely beating up on the limiter like it owed him money. And he was smashing that thing. Great skid from Jared. I am going to put that up there as one of my favourites of the night so far. And potentially might be enough to make it in to the top 20 to go run in the finals on Sunday here at Red CentreNATS 09. Let's check the replay. There goes the coloured smoke. It was a big gutsy tip through. Robust on the speed.
That limit is still being slapped, but this here, right here, is where VT2 Fry just absolutely sends it into that entrance chute. Boy, oh boy, that is going to be very interesting to see where he places himself for Sunday.
Now, would you give him bonus points for the quality of the throw of the goodies into the crowd? Because I think they all landed in the exclusion zone and didn't quite make it to the fans in the grandstand. So you give him points for the skid, but you take away a little bit for the not so robust throw. But we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Jared Hayward with a very stout skid tonight here at Red CentreNATS, looking to punch his ticket into the finals on Sunday, and that was a result, just an absolute plume of thick, sick yellow smoke across Alice Springs Inland Dragway.
Yeah, definitely smoke screened out everyone on the hill and the burnout pad, and look at that. Look how awesome the people are in here. They're all crammed in there, getting as much entertainment value as they can for this weekend. And it looks like we're not too far away from the next one of our burnout cars making their way out. As we continue to watch VT2 Fry as the next stout-looking burnout car makes its way to the start line.
Now this is Jason Marshall. Now this has a blower on top, and I'm going to say he's qualifying as pro, because look at the size of that monstrosity parked on top of that V8. One mad SS as the fans are soaking it up on the hill, even the littlest of fans here at Red CentreNATS 09. As we just wait in the wings with Jason Marshall. Doing it on his own terms. He's not in the class. He's just out there a little bit early. He's premature somewhat to come out onto the Red CentreNATS burnout pad. But right now, the foot is about to go to the floor and all the cares go out the window. One mad SS.
finishing up his burnout in one mad SS, and the percussion on that was loud.
Lots of smoke as Jason now tries to navigate his way off the pad. These cars get sacked on their hull right on the edges of the rims. They don't have much ground clearance, especially when the div has to get over little bumps and stuff on the pad. Let's check out the replay from Jason. Pretty gutsy tip in, it must be said here, Josh, being one of the first blown cars, pro cars to come out and play tonight. After the demo skid from Luxifer, Carl Douglas came out earlier. Here we go, straight into it, impact! Another gear. To send it off the pad. Make some noise for In Paint's Aaron Fleming with the stout work on the red CentreNATS burnout pad. That was great, Josh. We are going to take a look at some of the highlights that have been so far in this session. I'm going to leg it downstairs to go to the pad and talk to some superstars. I got Lynchy, At Risk, Sicko, and Luxifer to have a chat with the crowd.
Well, we started off the evening with Luxifer, Carl Douglas. Look at the speed on the tip-in on that thing, and it's absolutely awesome to see cars like this. This is what we love about this event. Unique vehicles like this, Hiluxes with blown motors in them, absolutely screaming on the Alice Springs burnout pad here for red CentreNATS 09. It's awesome to see, and that thing was percussion at its finest. Heaps of smoke there, and then we started it off with Sacked for our Burnout Championship Open, and it was a pretty good tip in there from the VR Commodore. Pretty good smoke scores at the start of that one. Nice little open bonnet vehicle. LS powered machine, naturally aspirated. Not too bad at all. It was a pretty stout burnout there from him. As he continues on the replay. Good circle work on the burnout pad.
We kick right back
Next
into
up
it with
was
Red
the
Dog.
Red Dog, this awesome looking farm ute, as they tipped it in nice and conservatively. and they continue to make their way around the pad. This thing is another one of those awesome looking vehicles. Look at the R.M. Williams stone guards on the back of it. The old farm truck, the old red dog making its way back up into the entry chute, but stopped a little short there. Next up was Built to Fry. This thing had revs, and look at the speed on the tip in there. Very, very good, and the smoke scores on that one were awesome to see. As he continues making his way around the pad, and the driver skill on this one was really good, was the VT to Fry. Good to see the different coloured smoke as well, with the stats hanging out the bonnet of that machine. Next up we had Violate, and this awesome looking VX Commodore, this purple VX Commodore, getting very close on the entry chute there, but having a good amount of speed for the tip in there as they continue to party on the pad. Then we had Dominic East in Piggy Bank, her first time out on the pad. She did a very good job. Good tipping, was conservative, but this car's doing double duties. So no touches to the wall and no engine hurt or anything like that. So they'll be very happy with that. She continues to work the pad. Gonna get that one coming out. The husband and wife team there.
He's got a very special
then we had
passenger
Steve-O
riding on
Goodwin
for the Red
in
CentreNATS
Don't
Burnout
Hate.
pad.
Shout out to K-Box in the crowd for that car. That thing was very good, and it had a special passenger on board as well. One of the Android techs went for a ride on that. Awesome to see our local competitors looking after all our officials this weekend and giving them a ride as well. But Steve-O Goodwin did a very good job. And then we had Connor Titani, young Connor Titani and Little Ranger. Very, very good skid in that Volvo. It's very hard to steer that big old boat around the Burnout pad here in Alice Springs. But it was good smoke scores and good driver skill from the Alice Springs locals. They come out in a bit of a barrage here. Next up we had Chris Habib Passad coming out in the party machine. Did a very good job in that Commodore. And a naturally aspirated LS. Getting nice and close there to the wall of this plane. Then we're going to go down to have a chat with Chris with some of the Burnout Masters.
Yes, we are down here. How are you having some fun tonight, Alice Springs? You enjoying this show? How much do you love your Burnouts? Oh, from the deep end, I like it. Some love from the deep end. That's pretty red hot. Our first guest on the pad. Please welcome Lynchy! Mate, wherever you go, the fans lap it up. Why is that with the way you drive that little thing?
I've got no idea, because half the time I blow up and crash, so I don't know. Maybe I've got a bit of charisma about me, I don't know. But here we are.
Who thinks Lynchy's got some charisma? It was actually more than I expected. I'll be honest, that was more than I expected. Who thinks Lynchy's got a good skid in him tonight? How you feeling, mate? You feeling fresh? Ready for this?
Yeah, I was more nervous about this interview than I am about skidding, so there'll be no worries.
Don't worry, mate. We're all good. We're all good friends down here, and we're not feeding into the wolves because we're not over that side of the wall. What can you expect from this pad? What's coming at you right now?
I know from being here before that you've just got to tip way early and hope you get 2 hoops in before you smack into this wall. And you've definitely got to hit up the entry road because that's just what you've got to do here. So that's my plan, and it probably won't go nothing like that.
Is there any thought in your mind to maybe be conservative, just try and squeak into the 20 to make Sunday's show?
Absolutely not.
Who wants to see Lynchy send it? That's the way. Andrew Lynch, ladies and gentlemen, going on. Who's next? We're going to get Luxifar. Kyle, mate, congratulations. You started off the show pretty strong for us. How was the test skid?
Yeah, first time being to Alice Springs, so I thought I'd go out there and, send it and see what happens. And, man, there was not much wind, and it's hard to see, but we didn't hit a wall, so that's a bonus.
That is a bonus. Now, are you ready to come out later tonight and try to qualify for Sunday?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's all about, qualifying tonight. So try our best to do the same thing we did, hopefully, and drive off the pad and everyone's happy. And, yeah, hopefully see you on Sunday.
That's what we're looking forward to. Who here is a Luxifer fan? You've got a few fans in the crowd tonight. Talk to me about driving that thing, because you're 3 stories up in the air. You've got these tiny little skateboard wheels on the back. What's it like to drive that thing around? Because it looks like a bit of a handful.
Yeah, mate, it's something different. It doesn't handle like a normal car, so you got to sort of get used to it, and there's things I do differently to everyone else, but it works for me, and I couldn't change it now. That's my personality. That's what I do now, so it is what it is. I have fun. I love the car. Yeah, and as I said, it works for me, so...
And it's become part of your lifestyle, really.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be weird seeing me not in a big Hilux now, so it's going to have to stay around for a while.
Now, you said, is it your first time here in Alice Springs?
Yep.
First time. What has struck you as the best thing about Red CentreNATS so far?
I went camel riding the other day. That was pretty interesting. So, my mates, we went for a camel ride, and mate, the scenery out here is magic. I went for a drive in the hire car for like an hour. I had no idea where I was going, no reception, and just seeing the mountains and the sunsets, it's pretty special, mate. So it's a beautiful place.
It is a beautiful place. What's more fun, riding the camel or driving Luxifer?
The one with the wheels and the big blower motor out the bonnet. I'll let you decide.
How about we let the crowd decide? What's better, camels or Luxifer? That's the way. Good luck, mate. We'll see you out there later tonight for pro qualifying. Who's next? Jake Myers. Come on down, mate. He's waiting behind. Does anyone know who this man is? That's actually pretty quiet. Who are you? What's your name?
I'm Jake Moores. I own Sicko Mustang.
Sicko Mustang, the iconic machine. I was eyeing it off out there in the pits earlier today. You ready to rip this thing a new one?
Yeah, mate. Ready to turn it up, make a bit of smoke and have some fun.
That's the key element for you, isn't it? You just like getting out there and just having a blast. Foot down, hands out the windows, mate. Is that what it's all about for you?
Yeah, mate. Put a show on for the crowd, turn the revs up, 9,000, and drive off. That's a win in everyone's eyes, so it's good.
Have you seen the pad from inside the car here before at Red CentreNATS?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I've been here 3 years. Got lost a few times, a bit too much smoke, but it's good. Good pad, go up the entry, back in, it's just, good fun.
I hate to talk technical. I actually do love talking technical. With the way the lights are and the way there's not much wind out tonight, the smoke hangs around a lot. How easy is it to just get absolutely lost in the smoke and you have no idea where the hell you are?
As soon as the smoke builds up and there's no wind, you get stuck pretty easily. You think you're one spot and you're not, and then you see a wall and you're trying to go another way, and you're just pretty much winging it out there. So, it's good fun out there.
So don't tell me it's a conservative game tonight, is it? Please, don't break my heart.
Just wing it, eh?
Just wing it! Who wants to see Sicko winging it? How about it, Jake Myers and Sicko? Best of luck, mate. We'll see you out there tonight. Last but not least, now this is kind of my favourite car right here. This man, Peter Kramusa, at risk. Remind me again, how many cubes in that thing?
702 cubes.
Can you even use all of that? Are you even at full throttle anywhere on the pad?
Well, we just got to send it, don't we?
Now, you're talking about sending it. I'm going to get a touchy subject here because we saw you at Motivation 37 back in February. Feels like a lifetime ago. But you found the fence. Sent a little too hard?
Yeah, I did get lost, which it happens. Car was still new. But I pretty much got down pat now. I've changed the brake system on it, so I've actually got some brakes. And, hopefully all goes good tonight.
Hoping the best for you, mate. How good is it to have that car out in front of this epic crowd tonight? Look at these people in the stands. They want to see you skidding.
Oh, no, it's good to see the people come out to support us. I definitely want to blow some eardrums tonight, so let's bring it on.
That's the way. Now, I'm going to talk to you about CentreNATS Burnout Hall of Fame. What's going on with that?
Yeah, no, I got inducted, which was a privilege, so there's only a handful of us that got invited into it. So, I've pretty much accomplished everything I've wanted to in this burnout scene.
Now, Bertie told me that you're coming after my job. Are you moving into commentary at some point? Is that on the horizon for you? Because I'll get the elbows out, mate. We can fight for that spot.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind one day. Obviously, I want to stay with the sport. Even if I'm not skidding, I want to be a part of it. It's been a big part of my life, so I want my kids to sort of come up and do it as well. So it'd be good to be involved with it.
Well, I reckon one day we'll get you up in that commentary box and we'll see what you really got.
Nice, thanks for that.
Best of luck for tonight, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, who wants to see Peter Kramusa at risk on this pad tonight? How good is that? That's 4 of your best stars coming out in pro qualifying a little bit later on. We've been through the first, 16 cars of the night here at open qualifying. We've got another 16 racked and stacked in the lineup just over there. The last little bit of pad cleaning to go. I want to know, though, are you guys ready for the next 16? Come on, come on. You can do more than that. Are you ready for the next 16? Who loves red CentreNATS? Who loves the skids? I love it too. That's why we love it here. We're coming up very soon with the next 16 in open qualifying red CentreNATS 09.
Yep, and we are back on to the highlight reel. We have a look at Jake Quintatani, one of our Alice locals, making his way out onto the pad. And what a stellar skid it was. Nice and quick into the entry chute. And look at the plumes of smoke coming off the back of that Commodore. A little shit, and it is a very good machine as it makes its way through. Next up, we had Kenton Clow in Ken Oath, another one of our Alice locals. The Alice locals came out in a barrage and just put it down. Look at the speed on the entry on that one. And this man knows how to drive this burnout pad. He's done plenty of skids on this pad over the years, and I reckon he has cemented his way into the final, and there's still 16 more cars to go. So I'm not going to put the mockers on an early. Next up, we had that goofy BA Barra-powered Falcon. It's great to see that bad boy out on the pad, putting down a pretty stout burnout. The multicoloured machine has a yellow engine bay, grey front bar, purple grille. You love to see it, a little bit of mixed match. That's doing burnouts on the skills. And then we had young TJ Hush out in his Commodore, making his way out. The first time he's been in that vehicle at red CentreNATS, and he did a pretty good burnout. He's got that San Diego plate on the back, just having a little bit of a laugh with everyone. And
7L.
A good shoot entry there. And then we had that VT57L. Nice and conservative. Sorry, VX, I apologise. It was the 57L. In the Calais. And then we had that Allotech supercharged motor make its way out, and unfortunately the belt grinder on top of that bad boy didn't fail, in the end there, and didn't want to work. So unfortunately for the supercharged machine, that thing said no more. And then we had VT2 Fry, and this was one of the best burnouts we've seen so far tonight. The burnout smoke in that one. The scores were up there, and so were the driver skill. And then we had the awesome Ute, One Mad SS, the blown combo, the blown LS, making its way out onto the pad, and that thing had percussion from the very start. Heaps of smoke coming out of the rear end of that thing. Very well presented vehicle. As the next one of our VX Commodore makes its way out onto the pad. Their drive still was very good, using a heap of the pad, including the entry chute. And that's the place you want to be this weekend, is in that entry chute. Had a little bit of a moment there. Don't know whether it was the change gear or top gear just having a little bit of a slug. But we'll go back live to burnouts now on the red CentreNATS burnout pad for red CentreNATS 09. Alice, I hope you are keen, because we've still got burnouts to come, and we're still only in the opens.
Primed and ready to rock and roll. Check out the crowd, man. The atmosphere out there is freaking electric, man. These people are chomping at the bed. So great to see you here tonight, enjoying it out. As we get ready, here comes Jared Ridley, Yahoo! about it. What a skid. Jared Ridley, give it up for Yahoo! He got 2 tyres off. Leaves the pad under his own power. Yahoo! Check out the replay, Josh. How hard was that tip in?
Yeah, very, very hard. All the way from the ACT is Jared Ridley in Yahoo, and it was on song from the very start. Very good smoke scores in the entry chute there. Just pumping out a heap of it the whole way through the burnout. These burnout scores are going to be very, very close at the end of the night here, Chris. I don't think you're going to be able to split them with anything, really.
And I'm so glad that I am not a judge or not tallying those scores. Yep. We get the luxurious job of sitting up here and talking smack about these guys when they can't hear us, although everyone on the live stream and everyone up on the hill can hear us right now. As we get your next contender. Oh, yes, this is a favourite. Rub one out.
Well, the man from the north, Frankie Pazel, in rub one out, and he'll be happy with that burnout in the KE20 Corolla. Great to see that vehicle back out here, and LS1 in that machine.
Beautiful car. Rub one out, erasing 2 tyres from existence with that little short wheelbase KE20 Corolla. A little bit conservative, it must be said, on the tip-in. Kind of got it through the guts and checked it up, but listen to the scream of that 5.7 litre LS combination. It's so good in these just small little cars. Similar combination to Lynchy, who we just spoke to down on the pad. Looking forward to seeing him come out a little bit later on. But our next contender, Gilbert Kasabom, rough 008.
Give it up for Gilbert Kasabam in the VG. That LS was on song, and I hope you had your limiter fingers out because the limiter was getting slapped in the rough 008.
A beautiful example of what you can do with an old Holden Utes and a bit of LS power on the corn juice, bit of E85 for rough 008. Checking this out in the replay, lots of smoke, really got himself a bit caved in. Was lucky to not get super lost in it though. Went up towards the entry chute. That's going to score well for the driver skill points. Just working the chutes, turning the car around in those tight spaces, putting it in the corners without losing any of that wheel speed and pumping out tons of smoke.
Yeah, as Lynchy said, you've really got to use that entry chute or you're going to find yourself in a bit of a spot. And now we have Stephen Marshall in Frankenstein.
All the revs going away here for Stephen Marshall's Frankenstein. Under pressure, and the pressure is mounting right now because it has come to a stop on the pad. That supercharged 6-cylinder combination sounded pretty interesting.
They'll get back on it this time round and we'll leave them to it.
For the second time, it's come to a stop here for Steve Marshall. Old Frankenstein just doesn't want to quite be a monster tonight. Gets back up on the revs again. But he's trying to drag the brake, and I don't think we are going to see this skid going to completion at the back door with tyres still on. That's an unfortunate run there for Frankenstein.
Yeah, it definitely is. That charge 6 was definitely sounding on song at the start. And me and Chris were actually having a conversation up here on the commentary box trying to work out what was in it. So we could let you guys know. And unfortunately there, yeah, that supercharged 6 has just said no longer, doesn't want to play the game. And no, not the motor, the car itself.
Yeah, something not quite right there. Could be something as simple as an electronics issue. Just not wanting to play ball. Next up, though, Ben Martin. He's going to put it all on the line.
don't think your limiter finger will be working much after that one because it's been nothing but limiter. Absolute abuse to that motor. Wow, and it looks like he's going to get stuck on his own tyre here. That's got to be absolutely spewing for Ben Martin in Hold the Line. And look at the rims on that thing, Chris. Red hot.
Yeah, that is absolutely rim bashing. That rim is never going to see a skid again. He'd be just about bottomed out on the diff, I'd expect. Finds a bit of reverse gear, but accounts for getting stuck on that tyre.
He's trying everything, Chris. He is trying absolutely everything to try and get that car off the pad, but he's grabbed reverse twice now. That's 2 deductions there for Ben. So, unfortunately, he's definitely trying to get it off and hold the line.
Here's one from the chat, from the Johnny Cash song.
Yes.
Burning Rim of Fire. I know, shocking.
Gotta love the dad jokes. And hey, we are here on Father's Day weekend, Chris Mitchell, so we'll take the dad jokes this weekend.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We are holding the line all right. A little bit of Toto needs to be playing in the background, I think, right now.
Another Johnny Cash song, Walk the Line.
Yeah.
On the line, sure, it's close enough. Red's around, and we're still trying to rim bash to get off the pad, but he gets there. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. For On the Line, the crowd. Listen to the crowd. What a skid. How's the old phallic size of that air intake just sticking out the front end of this ute? That's a symbol of the desert right here.
Oh yeah, the good old K&N goodness. You gotta love it. But good smoke scores here for Ben Martin, and I can tell you that was an absolute blackout from up here in the commentary box. We could not see anything. We thought the lights to the venue had been turned off. The lights are out, but they're back on as we continue to send out our Burnout competitors out onto the pad. And we're not too far away from going from our open class to our pro class, but we've still got some opens to come. Just look at the absolute amount of smoke coming off those rear tyres. Insane.
So much smoke pouring out the back end of the On the Line ute as we turn our attention straight into it. Everyone loves a bit of a WH Grange. This is Michael Oregon.
Well, the plates are set to kill, and I reckon the party switch in that car was turned to 11 because it definitely was on song for Michael Organ in the WH Grange, the land yacht as we call it here in the Red Centre.
Everyone loves a bit of a WH Grange.
Good.
How good was that, man? That 383 stroker for the man from New South Wales, just absolutely screaming, begging for mercy. You see how close he got to the wall as well. Ooh, it's getting in style, mate.
Yep, and with those larger cars, you've definitely got to be careful when you go and play around with the chute. You think you've got a lot more room, but you don't. And those rear guards, you've got to be real careful because points are deducted if you hit that wall. But next up, onto the Burnout pad, Chris.
Darren Coulthard, hectic one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hectic one. The Sigma. Has he found the fence, Josh?
Oh, I do believe he has. Oh, he has. There is a little bit of damage, but we will allow him to get it back up onto the limiter and abuse it. Who doesn't love a little bit of 6-litre madness in the Mitsubishi of all things, Chris?
Hectic one. How good was that? Aside from the wall hit, you know, a pretty tough skid. The crowd were loving it too. You saw the shot. They were all smiles enjoying that one from Darren Coulthard. How Mitzi Sigma as well, rocking the skids.
You don't see it very, very often, and it's great to see that car out here. Unfortunate there for the wall tap into the chute here. You'll see it, he's just locked those front brakes and he tried to get it around, but unfortunately it all came undone and he had to grab reverse. Oh, that's Fender actually. I know that man.
Josh?
He'll be I do believe he feeling has. a little bit sorry about that one. There is no, that's a new car for him this weekend.
Here we go then. Next up, Pete Thompson, the XD Falcon, my 80 XD.
Put your hands together for Pete Thompson, my 80 XD 289 Windsor on board of that machine, and boy oh boy was it working the whole entire time it was out on that burnout pad. And I love the old retro look on this car as well. Look at the paint job on it. Absolutely stellar. Good tip in there as well from Pete. He'll be pretty happy with this burnout. I just can't get over the way this car looks. It is a very stout looking machine. And I'm a Holden man, so this is crucifixion to all my mates that are watching this. They'll be like, mate, why?
They'll be coming for you soon,
yeah,
mate.
I'm going to be in a lot of trouble after this call. But that thing was on song and it looked really, really good.
Chat, we're loving it too. Watching on the live stream right now. We're trying to get the likes to 100 to keep it alive for the pro qualifying. So close the chat, smash that like button, share it to your mates, spread the word, get it out there for your Burnout qualifying here from Red CentreNATS 09 on the Red CentreNATS Burnout pad. Smoke came from that XD.
Oh, there was a heap of it. And next up is Aiden Lyson in Joyride. ...346 cubic inches of madness coming out of that Joyride, Chris, and that was a pretty stellar burnout.
Yeah, very, very stout there from Aiden Leist. Everyone loves a black VK. The Joyride parked up on the pad at the moment. We'll check out the replay here. And well, that was a replay from the XD before. None of the XD just yet. Well, none of the VK. Still stuck on the XD. That's how good the XD was, though, actually, because that was red hot before. A big fan favourite for yours even, Josh. Yep. It was awesome.
Yeah, no, I definitely did enjoy that machine, and I can tell you I'm going to cop it for the rest of my life saying that I like a Ford, but it's all good as we look to the start line, and it looks like the passengers just reaching over into the bonnet there.
Throttle linkage. So I think he's broken a throttle cable. How's this for a bit of fancy driving? Make some noise for Aiden Leist and whoever's the passenger for helping get that thing off the pad.
That's one way of doing it, Chris. That's something I've never seen before on a Burnout pad, and it's the best thing I've ever seen on the Burnout pad. Here we go to the replay. It was a stellar tip in there, and very, very quick. Loops it back around to the backside of the Burnout pad there, and look at the smoke scores on that machine. It was looking good, and the driver's still using as much as the pad as they could.
Pretty red hot, and the crowd are absolutely loving the passenger getting involved in the action to get that car off the pad. Next up, we have Justin McInnes, Mr. Chow.
the Alice Springs Thunderdome. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chow bringing the revs. 6 litres of 364 cubic inch LS love for that lovely looking green VSU. And look at the crowd. They're happy about that. And let's have a look at the replay. Mr. Chow absolutely sending it into the burnout pad. Good entry speed there.
Epic skid there from Justin. The old methanol fuel goes a long way to make all that party power. How's the green paint job on this thing too? Looking minto under the acid lights here for Red CentreNATS 09.
Yeah, it's got that toxic green look to it. The kids in the crowd will know what I'm talking about with that one, that toxic green waste sort of colour.
Epic skid, and he's left a bit of carnage out there on the Red CentreNATS burnout pad. But our cleanup crew just on the scene for a quick moment. Still in the replay right now. How much smoke is just being poured out of the back of that thing. It's moving off the pad at a little bit quicker rate right now. I think the wind's just slightly picked up this evening since our earlier runs tonight.
Yes, the wind definitely picking up, and it's doing all our competitors a favour as well. It's blowing across the drag strip instead of blowing into the crowd, so it makes it a little bit easier for our burnout competitors to see where they are going as they make their way around this pad. And I can tell you from experience being in burnout cars on this pad, as soon as you get lost and you lose your bearings, you're in for a fun time, ladies and gentlemen, because we get lost. Thunderdome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chow.
As we look at the entry chute, your next car ready to go. We go back to a couple of the replays, the highlights of the session that's been so far in this second session. Yahoo! That was an epic skid from the Commodore.
Yeah, it definitely was. All the way from the ACT has Yahoo travelled from, and it was a stellar skid. Good smoke scores there for the machine, the old Commodore.
And this one. Oh my God, this one. I love a short wheelbase. I love the Corolla when you jam an LS in it, you send the limiter all the way sky high, and you just whip it around, rub one out, put on a stellar skid performance. It's going to be fantastic to see if we can get this Corolla into the finals here at Red CentreNATS 09. I know the people in the chat were loving it. The chat are driving the sales right now because we need to get our YouTube live stream on Performance Garage to 100 likes to stay live for Pro Class. So make sure if you're watching right now, there's 496 people watching right now. Smash the like button. It's really freaking easy. Keep us live, keep us going so we can get into Pro as we kick things on. Here we go, Ryan Campbell in Grumpy.
Well, the old grumpy LS motor was very, very grumpy there. That Honda VX sedan. Great to see the grumpy machine make its way around the pad.
Listen to the way the crowd reacted when he comes to a stop as well. Bit of a celebration with the fans on the hill. Make some noise if you're loving Grumpy. And lots of Limmy Finger from the Alice Springs fan base. How good is it? Skids on a Friday night in the Red Centre for Red CentreNATS 09. Grumpy sending it hard. Here's the replay. How shallow was that tip-in?
Yeah, one of the shallowest tip-ins we've seen all night, and that's going to be interesting to see if any of these other Burnout competitors decide to go shallow. I know the smaller vehicles, such as Lychee and Rub One Out, they like to go shallow in their tip-in, and it'll be interesting to see if any of our competitors actually try and tip it in the chute. I know I've said it before, but this Grumpy VX was on song, using plenty of the pad, plenty of smoke out the rear end as well.
It was a very solid skid, especially it's always a hard act to follow if someone's, dropped a little bit on the pad before you. You don't know what the conditions are like in the middle. It can become very slippery if you lose front grip, you lose a bit of rear grip, and it starts whipping around like you weren't really expecting. It can change the way you want to drive. We've seen this car already. It's coming back again. It's a second lick tonight. Make some noise for Violate. Ooh, the revs have died away and the tyres still intact. Can we get tyres off here? I think Violate has maybe just been slightly violated.
Yes.
Shout out if you're a young Burnout fan and you're loving it. Here are the skids. Give us a wave. Yes. That's how we get it done.
Don't know whether he can hear me, but give us a shake of your mullet, young fella.
Yes.
Yeah. Love to see it. I'll be out in the crowd hopefully a little bit later and I'll be able to get my mullet out.
Yes, that is majestic. It is beautiful and filthy at the same time here in the Red Centre. Back on the replay for Violate on the second time out.
Yes, very, very good at the start there for Violate, the second driver out there. It looks like this one's actually got triple duties this weekend, so this car's definitely going to have a bit of fun getting around Alice and its surroundings, whether it's drag racing, burnouts, or stuff like that. But next up, Jeffrey McDonald in Grouch. Let's get the limit of fingers out for Jeffrey McDonald in the LS2 6-litre. Gotta love this lovely looking car. The Grouch making its way off the pad, both tyres off. He'll be pretty happy with that. Crowd looking very good out there. If you're on the big screen, give us a wave. I hope you're having a good time, ladies and gentlemen, out here for CentreNATS 09 as we look to the replay. The poor misser.
We just did him so dirty. He was about to grab her and say, "You're on the screen," and then bam, replay. No love for you. The Grouch, though, on the red CentreNATS Burnout pad, red hot there from Jeffrey McDonald. That's in the pro class, running earlier than he could have. But that's all right. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We'll let the judges sort that one out as we get ready for your next car to come here in the back end of the open qualifying session. Before we get ready for Burnout Pro qualifying, we're going to crank things up here in Alice Springs. Turn it up to 11 with the big, bad, blown combinations. We've already had a sample of what this would be the third one we've had so far tonight. Look at there. Can you see him? Where's Waldo in that picture? Where's Jeffrey?
You might be able to just see a headlight out of that. And that's what the judges are looking for. That's the thing with these burnouts is a lot of people ask how you actually judge a burnout. It's all about your smoke scores, your driver's skill, whether you stop the vehicle, whether you hit the wall. There's all deductions in these things. But it's all about listening out for the car and training your ears to be your eyes.
Never heard that one before. Let your ears be your eyes.
I know, it's really backwards, Chris, and from judging burnouts in the past, I can tell you it is very, very hard to get used to, but it is something that our judges here are very, very used to, and they're good at it.
How's the passenger just absolutely smashing Limmy Finger while holding on for dear life on the pad as well. Grouch got down to the rims only and drags frame all the way off the pad. As we just turn back real quick, into it now. We saw this car come out before with Dominique at the wheel. This time, Marcus East, piggy bang.
Was that Marcus East in the LS combination? And I know everyone on the chat was talking about the LS and how it's a good combo, the thrash, and we've got a little bit of a new light goal. 200 likes to get this stream happening for finals on Sunday. Chris, do you think we can make it happen while we have a look at the replay of Marcus?
Surely our chat can get it done. 500 people watching live online on Performance Garage YouTube right now. Smash that like button so we can get the finals on Sunday streamed live for you guys. So make sure, tell your friends, get in the likes, as we're going to like this one. Dylan Rowley in Hunter.
Goes quiet on the burnout pad, but they're happy. Dylan Rowley, give it up for him in Hunted. Yep, the good old LS combination again. Looks like another one of those VS utes have been brought out. And you love to see it. VS with VE. You love to see the disrespect to the different types of Holdens around the country.
Yeah, they're a staple of the Burnout community, the old Holden ute. Chucking LS in, and there was someone dragging the LS in the chat, like the humble LS motor. Really?
Yes.
Can't believe it. Unbelievable.
Hey, we are in Limiter Springs here now, okay? So watch out. We're the home of the LS motor. There's more of them per capita than, I don't know.
The capital of Limiter, you reckon?
Yeah, capital of Limiter.
Here we go, Alice Springs. Are you ready? Next up, Jordan Femcarpany getting ready to rock and roll. Oh, we love a street-driven vehicle. Come on, Jordan, don't let us down. It's trying. Wheel spin, loading. And here we go. Oh. He's trying. He's trying, Josh. Bit of reverse, get the roll back.
Yeah, come on. Give it up for the young P-plater. Come on, Alice. Give him a bit of encouragement. Circle work. There we go. Oh, you love to see it. A little bit of drifting on the burnout pad. Hey, looks like one of our first timers out here at the Red CentreNATS. We'll let them have their time. Oh, they are having moments. Unfortunately, there the wheel speed there just lost as it straightened up.
Come on, mate. I believe in you.
Yep, we all do.
Give them a rev, Alice Springs. Everyone remembers their first time. I'm going to assume it's Jordan's first time.
Yep. Hey, my first time was terrible, man.
Story of my life. And that's Jordan out of here. He gave it a shot. He came, he saw, he tried, and he left. Straight into the next car coming up for a second. At least a couple of the crowd giving a round of applause there for Jordan. Everyone's going to give it a crack their first time at some point in life as we get ready for your next car. How good is this crowd in the house tonight, Alice Springs? Give yourselves a round of applause for coming out and soaking it up here for Red CentreNATS 09.
You got to love it. The crowd are happy. And up next, Mark Adesaudi in Just 6.
love a bit of the 6-cylinder action here at Red CentreNATS. Mark and Salty in just 6. The old EL gets it done. Tires off, lives to fight another day.
Yep, you got to love the Barra motor. It's always pretty reliable here in the Red Centre. That's another one of those engines that you just love to see, and there's plenty of them getting around. So, the crowd is building. It's still nice and packed in here at the Alice Springs Inland Dragway. And reminder, we've got an action-packed weekend. We've still got burnouts, we've still got drag racing, we've still got Motorcana, but we're back on the pad.
Here we go. Brandon Trewin with the big bad blown WB Ovatsi.
Well, Alice, if you can still hear me after that burnout, put your hands together for Brandon Tween in that awesome WB ute.
What a skid. Passengers have the fattest time of all in that one as well. Tons of smoke, but check out a bit of the replay from just 6 that came up before that. That's a clean looking EL as well. And a couple of fans in the chat watching live online right now. We love a nice El Clasico Barra combination, just nice and sleek and smooth. There's a bit of discussion whether it was, the old taxi motor conversion, the old gas taxi setup. It'd be pretty hard.
Well, there's plenty of them here in Alice, Chris. I can tell you that you'd be able to go to the wreckers and pick up a spare one tomorrow if you really needed.
We went back to this WB, a stout combination. Runs the Pro combo. We're hazarding a guess whether it's come out for a bit of an exhibition run, but it brought all the party to the Red CentreNATS burnout pad.
Yeah, it definitely did. It also brought the percussion. That thing was on sonic as loud. It was ear-deafening. And they have pushed hard. Gotta love those upgraded lights in that one as well. It looks like it's had a bit of a retro upgrade with the LEDs fit in the front of that thing.
And it is a HQ. I'm getting torched by the chat who are very happy to correct us when we get it wrong.
Hey, that's what they're there for sometimes.
WB written on the sheet, but yeah, definitely a HQ now that you get to see it through the smoke. We take it. But boys and girls, if you're watching live online, come on, we need your help. We need to get to 200 likes on this stream so we can give it to you again on Sunday. It's not looking good right now, and you know what our admin's is getting a bit antsy. We need to get that 200. Smash the like button, not the react in chat. You need to go back to the video and pump that like button. Smash it out. Send it to your mates. Get them on the stream. Get them in the action because we have Pro Plus coming up very soon here. Your thought the Open was really red hot, Josh. Pro Plus, oh my God.
Well, a lot of people out there on the hill will probably think we've already turned the dial up to 11, Chris, and we're not even halfway there, mate. We are only 3/4, if that, there. So get ready, ladies and gents, because we have some of the biggest, baddest burnout cars in the country, all fighting it out to get into the finals on the weekend. Look at the happy kids on the big screen. If you're up on the big screen, give us a wave. And Dad as well, he's happy as well.
Dads are stoked, enjoying it. I'm seeing a fair bit of the old merchandiso getting around the stands as well. The official merchandise stand is available right near the main alleyway to the food mall. If you want to get your official Red CentreNATS 09 merchandise, there's some pretty cool merch available down there too. Get stuck into it because, like last year, we are very likely to sell out real freaking quick.
Yeah, it will happen, Chris. I can tell you that. I think I went to go down and have a look at the merch just before I jumped in the commentary box, and the team were saying they were running pretty low on some of their stuff. So make sure to get in there and have a go at that. Look at the EMF muffs getting around. All these kids are hearing protected this evening, so that's also good to see, and the crowd are loving it here this weekend. It is awesome to see. A massive shout out to all our volunteers and officials as well this weekend. Without them, we would not be here this weekend, so a massive shout out to them as they work on our burnout pad at the moment.
That's seen a bit of carnage tonight, hasn't it, mate?
Oh yeah, and we've still got a heap more to come.
News just in, we have hit the 200 like marker. Admin confirmed as well. We are good to go for live streaming tomorrow night and Sunday for your Burnout finals. Hell yeah, people, give yourselves a pat on the back. Everyone in the chat rallying around. And there's even people who are in the crowd getting their phones out, dropping in the chat, dropping into the live stream and giving us a like to get us over the line. So thank you so much. And we are going to be live streaming right here. Same time, same place, same channel from Red CentreNATS 09 tomorrow. And of course, for your Burnout finals Sunday during the day here at Red CentreNATS.
Yeah, still a heap of action to come. And it looks like the next of our competitors making their way out on to the pad. The Sea of 50.
Very tidy looking. Holden Ute set up here. Bryce Trident getting ready to send it to the Red CentreNATS Burnout pad. Here you are, Sea of 50.
Quiet on the pad.
Oh, we got some reverse gear action. Here we go. Got stuck up in the corner. I think he just decided to grab a bit of the old Arthur race and straight back into it. See it as it emerges from the smoke there. Oh yeah. It's starting to all fall to bits up front in the engine department. I reckon he didn't do up the wing nuts holding the filters on. It's just usually a single threaded shaft and a wing nut that holds the filter body in place, and it's trying to depart from the vehicle for Sea of 50. Filters. Saying a bit. See?
They literally have, Chris.
Hey, yeah, it's both of them completely coming off now. One's fallen down back. The rear bumper's trying to depart the vehicle as well. He's got a bit of the old angel wings. Sea of 50 is slowly just falling apart on the red CentreNATS burnout pad.
Oh, you love to see it. Looks like both tyres are off though, so we'll be pretty happy with that.
Copious amounts of limiter all the way through the skid. Look at the way you can see the throttle linkage just bam, 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 as he rim bashes to get it off the burnout pad. And the crowd are loving it. How good.
Gotta love the Alice Springs crowd here at Red CentreNATS 09. They are keen as.
Let's get stuck into the replays from the highlights at the end of the open session. Yahoo! We take it back in time. What a skid this was. Plenty of smoke. A very tidy old school Commodore just getting it done out here on the Red CentreNATS burnout pad. Chat were loving this one as well. There's a few nice little comments coming through. A lot of love for some of the real hot cars that have come out to play so far in open. Then we saw this one. I loved it, you loved it, the crowd loved it, chat loved it. See you Sunday.
Oh yeah, Frankie Paisel and Rub one out. I reckon he's done more than enough to put him into that top 20, but we'll wait to see. But it was a stellar burnout. Even used the entry chute like a crazy man. Then we had the rough 008. This thing for a VS chute was pretty good. Oh, sorry, VN, I would say that one is.
It's very clean in appearance too. Big fan of a real clean, just nice, regular looking, well looked after paint job, especially in the burnout scene. It's so hard to look after these cars. They get a bit of belt rash and they look like crap.
Yep. Then we had the Frankenstein, another one of our VS utes making its way out, and this one just having a couple of issues in its skid. So unfortunate for them, but they hopefully will be able to get back out here and have a bit more of a play on Sunday. And then we had Ben Martin in on the line, and it was an absolute smoke screen up here in the comms box. You could not see a thing. Just on smoke alone, that thing was screaming.
I want to stick around for the rim bashing that was at the end of this skid. This thing was epic. So much smoke. We thought the lights had gone out in the venue, the whole lot. And we keep it rolling on. How good was this thing? Nice and cruisy. Skidding in luxury.
Oh yeah. I think some of our chat members said they're probably having a good time in the air-conned land boat, as I put it, sorry. As then we had that Mitsubishi come back out, the Sigma.
Yeah, hectic one. Pumping out a pretty stout skid. It's so good to see a bit of variance in your burnout field. Every once in a while you get to see the little 90 Mitzi before it ultimately found the fence, unfortunately. Be a points deduction heading into that one. This was a massive crowd favourite. My 80 XD, your favourite, Josh. People in the chat asking to see it again.
Yep. Okay. Wow. Yep. So I was talking to Libbo as well. Shout out to him watching on the live stream. Normally he's here with the party time car, but unfortunately couldn't make it. But yes, that XD is stout looking. And then we had Joyride. This thing. Look how angry it was on the tippy.
Love a Black VK. Disappearing into the 9 here at Alice Springs Inland Dragway. Red CentreNATS. Plenty of smoke from this thing. Good note on that motor too. And the toxic ring.
Mr. Chow, this thing was on song, and it's a stout looking burnout car. A heap of smoke scores as well as the driving skill for this driver. Look at the entry chute used. Smoke just pouring out the rear end of that car.
So while we're watching the highlights at the moment, if you're in the venue here at Alice Springs Inland Dragway, we are going to kick off your Pro Class qualifying session at about 8:45. It's currently about 25 past 8, so you've got a little while. Prime opportunity to do one of three things. Go to the bathroom, get food from the food mall, and buy that merch before it sells out. That's your opportunity right now. You got yourself about 20 minutes to get that done. Go to the loo, get some food, and go hit up that merch stand for your very own piece of Red CentreNATS 09.
Yep, we had the Grouch machine as we continue to watch the replays. This thing was on song as well, another one of our blown combo cars. And it was singing on the red CentreNATS Burnout pad.
Just another one of those little tasters we've got of Pro Class coming up very soon now. This was the second time we've seen him in this one, the piggy bank. First driven by the Mrs. And then driven by the Mr. After that, Marcus coming out for the second time to have a skid in the piggy bank car. Stout combination to be able to do it twice in one night.
Yep, definitely does that. And that's the thing, those LS engines really do work. Then we had another one of our utes out. This thing on song again as well. Naturally aspirated LS.
These guys are being helped at the moment by really nice still wind conditions here in Alice Springs. Keeps the smoke around, it helps them to score the smoke scores, but it actually hurts them to see where they're going.
Wheel spin, loading,
and then we turned it to the first time.
Here we go.
Yes, I believe it was Jordan Carpety, his name was. Unfortunate there for him. Just couldn't get this car working. And then we had the Just 6. This was a very stout sounding barra.
How's the vertical intakes on the side of the barra there? Just another way of getting it done with that incredible 6-cylinder combination with the blue oval pumped out. It's a very EL Falcon. Did a very tidy job on the red CentreNATS Burnout pad. And then we're back to the HQ Utes.
Yes, the HQ Ute. Blown combo for this one. Absolutely singing this one was.
Brandon was smashing it around the pad. Lots a bit of the grandpa visor up front too. That's just a little taster of what we're looking forward to when we see your big, bad, blown combinations coming out in the Pro Class in a little while. 20 minutes away from getting stuck into Pro Class qualifying while our red CentreNATS team just get to work on the pad. Lastly, we had CF50. Now, keep a close eye. We're going to stay with this one for a little while. Watch the air filters, because it started off strong. The skid was good too, and then it all started to just fall apart throughout the skid. Good smoke, good wheel speed there, Josh. CF50 was looking pretty good.
It definitely was, and I think I actually noticed it as he kipped it in. That front air filter let go as soon as he kipped in the first time. So it was going down and having a bit of fun trying to keep them both on the vehicle as he made his way around the pad. I don't think he was thinking about the tyres.
Yeah, unfortunately, got caught up in the corner there, and you can see how much room he actually had left to try and turn around. Ended up coming to a stop, having to grab reverse, which is, of course, a massive points deduction
We've got some
with the scoring we have here at Red CentreNATS. And then at this time as well, I think we learned the valuable nature of Loctite or Nylock nuts.
Oh, yeah.
As the air filters started to depart their way from the vehicle.
I reckon there might be 1 or 2 auto parts stores open tomorrow. If he's lucky enough, he might be able to pick up some new filters, Chris, and get a little bit of Loctite to make sure that doesn't happen again.
It's comical. The filters just doing their absolute best, just barely hanging on by a literal thread to this Holden Ute CF50 Burnout car. There's a shot from the cable cam. Oh, it just rolls off the top of the car. The problem is the risk you have there is getting debris down the cars and really starting to hurt the motor. At the back end of the car, it's all starting to fall apart as well because the Angel Wings came out trying to blow the rear bar off it.
Slowly just falling apart on the red CentreNATS.
Yes, the Angel Wings did come out and has the rod shop motor in that one as well.
Looks like both tyres are off.
They did end up getting the tyres off it though,
Copious amounts of limiter.
as we'll run into some ads.
We are going to leave you with a bit of vision of the burnouts from Red CentreNATS before we come on back very soon for Pro Class qualifying here at Alice Springs Inland Dragway.
Hello? What? Bludgeon? No, I'm working. Yeah, I'm taking photos right now. Yeah, at the drags. Yeah, all right. Mad. off. Nothing like a twin-turbo Dodge Viper V10 engine in a XP Falcon to wake you up in the morning. We're here, Respaz CentreNATS Road to Grand Champ this morning. Street drags are going on right here.
after Chick Henry. And, Ken Block, halfway the other day, so it's off to you, mate. And thanks to my mum, my dad, and my partner. Andrew for changing me times for the weekend. And thanks to CentreNATS for putting on a killer show. And thanks to my sponsors. Cheers, everyone. All right, there he is. Andrew has got the hardest job in the world, changing the tyres, right? Oh, you all grew up in this weekend as well. Over they all come. Let's hear it for the whole mind.
Well, Josh, we are just a couple of minutes away before we get started with our pro class burnouts. How you feeling, mate?
Mate, I'm still sitting in the commentary box. I'll be up on my feet very, very shortly, just like every single person in that crowd, because it's about to get wild. We're about to turn the switch from a little bit of fun to a whole lot of action here for the Red CentreNATS.
How are you looking out there, folks, in the crowd? Give us a wave. Get the Limmy fingers out. Are you guys ready to see some pro class?
Oh, I don't think that's loud enough, Chris.
No, we can't go with that. We can't do it that easy.
Well, if I can't hear them from up here in the commentary box, I don't think we're going to let these pro guys go out.
So one more time, Alice Springs, make some noise. Are you guys ready to see some pro class? That's better. That is way better. Soak it up, ladies and gentlemen. Red CentreNATS 09 right here in Alice Springs. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Look at that packed out crowd, Josh.
Oh, yeah. I think there's a lot of happy campers out in the crowd. If you see yourself up on the big screen, give us a wave. If you've got a mullet in the crowd, give it a shake. We love to see it. It's all about a good time here at Red CentreNATS, and we've got our young crew out here, young fella.
Give us a wave.
Looks like I can see a little bit of a mullet out the back there. He'll be...
How's the dad in the background?
Yeah.
Just living life to its fullest. Here we go then. Time to flick the switch, kick some tires and light some fires. We're getting ready for pro class. First up, it's Matthew Watts and the beautiful car that comes with him. The little Toyota Corolla that could blow up. Now, it might actually blow up. It kind of lives up to the reputation occasionally, so we'll see here. We'll see what Matthew can do. But he's going to set the stage for what is yet to come with over 20 pro class cars coming at you for their qualifying. They are all fighting it out to make the top 10 to get into Sunday's finals. Here we go then, Alice Springs. It's time to get this party started. Voila!
It goes quiet for the Watts machine, and I think
Reverse.
that's reverse grabbed.
Yeah, I think that was reversed. He's got it tucked up somewhere. Has he gotten lost? Alice Springs makes some noise for Matthew Watts. The door's open. Give it up for Blow Up. Now we're turning some attention to the engine bay.
Might have lived up to his name, Chris.
Oh no, did I put the mocker on him?
I
to
think you
start?
may have done the commentator's curse, mate.
Either that or there's a big old bit of Armco right in front of him that he's pointing towards. So has he found the fence? Got himself stuck. Still wants to go. He hits it with the angry steer.
Well, Alice Springs, can you tell that Matthew Watts is a little bit angry as you look to the front end of that car? Unfortunately, he did hit the wall there.
The old Corolla's giving us a bit of a stink eye right now. Let's check out the replay from Matt Watts and Blow Up. At least he didn't live up to the name of the plates and blow the thing up, but he did find the fence, and that is going to be a huge deduction on points that might see Matt coming out to play in the old best of the rest on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, it was a really good skid up until he got lost on the pad there. Very, very unfortunate there for Matt. I know this car used to be known as the Blow 202, but he's now got that blown LS combo in the front and has had for a while now, Chris, I do believe.
He's been sporting it for a little bit. He was really good with the smoke scores. Just look at the way he's absolutely caved himself in. And right there,
it goes
found the
quiet
fence.
for the Watts
Grabbed a
machine,
bit of the old
and I think
reverse
that's
gear.
reverse grab.
Right side lights are out on the tail.
Got it tucked up.
But the front end tells the story because that thing was looking pretty rough for Matthew Watts and Blow Up.
You probably did see in the background there as well, there was a little bit of pyrotechnic display. Just a little bit. A big shout out. That's brought to you by KC's Fireworks Displays in Northern Territory, owned and operated. KC's has provided amazing pyrotechnic displays throughout the NT for 30 years. So a big shout out to them for coming on board with us this year again. And we're also producing a little bit of heat, which is awesome. As you can see, Matt Watts absolutely angry. He put his right foot and buried it into the firewall.
Bit of a wild one there. That's the start of your pro class. There is a lot more where that came from, mates. We got tons more coming up. And the next man in the lineup. We spoke to him a little bit earlier on in the night. And he doesn't go conservative. He doesn't look after the car too much. He goes full send all the time. It's this man, Andrew Lynch. Make some noise, Alice Springs, for Lynchy!
Burnout, Chris Mitchell, look at the speed!
That's one, that's two. He almost made it to the back fence in the Burnout pad, but holy McBurnouts, that was a skid from Andrew Lynch. Call of the day coming from up here in commentary position. That has got to be your number one qualifier. I think that may even stand the test of time because that is next level from Lynchy. Put on an absolute clinic, got the set off. He was driving it with total disregard for his own safety straight into the smoke like a man possessed.
The dude was going into the chute, full noise with the smoke. Next up, we've got Cohen Walters in 4 limiter.
And it's going to come to a stop here for Cohen Walters. An engine bay fire, bringing 4 limiter to a halt. And immediately, our fire crew on the scene to assess the situation. That will shut down the skid here for Cohen Walters. Make some noise, Alice Springs. 4 limiter.
Yeah, the party wagon all the way from Darwin. And unfortunately there, just a little bit of an engine bay fire. Passenger pointing out there, I think that's young Jake Wintatani, one of the Alice locals. He was in the opens, so he's helping Cohen out. But it looks like we'll get him back underway. But we'll just wait and see. But it looks like he's going to start that bad boy up and get it straight off the pad. Well, he's going to try to.
Now has the pleasure of trying to turn it over in front of thousands of fans watching, and it doesn't look like it wants to live. There it goes. 4 limiter will live to fight another day here in Alice Springs. Quick shout out before we get stuck into it. There's a Silver Ranger out in the spectator car park. WA registration B591. That's a Silver Ford Ranger. B591. You've left your lights on. If you want to go home tonight, you might want to go 10 to that one. So you can try and make it out here. It's a Silver Ranger. WA Rego B591.
Everyone in the crowd checking if they've got a Silver Ranger right now because they will want to get home. Oh yeah, it's a long way back as we continue to watch this replay. And again, it was a really, really good burnout there for the first half of it, and then unfortunately a little bit of drama for the party wagon. 4 limiter, Cohen Walters.
It's a shame to see the skid come to a close. Hopefully it's probably just a little loose fitting or something like that. Maybe a minor little oil breather has decided to light up, and hopefully we get to see Cohen come out and play a little bit later on. Here we go then. Next up, Tyson Smith bringing out the VH. It's Krasy. Uh-oh.
That's a show quality car.
That's up against the fence. Is it into the fence?
I think it is.
Please hold, and we'll tell you after this break if we smoke to clear. Bit of a reverse gear and back into it for Krasy. Krasy coming to a stop in the middle of the pad. We said it might have hit the wall, but it looks okay. It looks all right. But he is having troubles. He's wrestling the seat belt as well.
Put your hands together for Krasy.
replay. How epic was the tip in, John?
Yeah, full noise there from Tyson Smith. And as soon as he crept it up on the wall there, it didn't look like there was much damage whatsoever. He got on the right-hand pedal and buried it to the floor. Angry driving from Tyson Smith. Well, that's what happens sometimes here in the red centre. It was a really good burnout up until that position. Absolutely smoking out our cameraman down there. Watching the replay, and that's where it all went a little bit questionable. That's a show quality car.
That's up against the fence. Is it into
race?
the fence?
And then almost said reverse there. That's what it was.
Next up, look at this beautiful example. Entrant 374, unfazed.
Says it all, unfazed was Todd Stewart in that burnout. Who doesn't love 540 cubic inches of big block Chev on your Friday night?
How good for that HJ. What a piece of machinery. Well loved by a lot of Burnout fans all over. He threw down an epic skid. The red CentreNATS Burnout pad as well. A solid engine note, plenty of revs, not smashing the limiter, which does draw from the scores a little bit, depending on the judges. And I know, doesn't quite go too well with the fans in the stands or on the stream as well. Next up, Damien Cook, Skid Kid. It's all come to a stop. Skid Kid.
Oh, big fire.
Skid Kid has just got a big fire up front. And how quickly our fire crew on the scene. Damien just hanging a hand out and calling out directions. Yeah, if you could help that one out, please, guys. And that brings this skid to a stop.
He'll be upset with that one, will be Damien, because I know he was up in CentreNATS in Darwin just recently, and he parked it into the wall up there, and now he's come down to Alice to try and redeem himself, but it looks like the fireys are still working to put out an engine bay fire, so whether there's just a loose fitting that's dropped a bit of oil on the engine or something like that, it does look like there's a little bit of, watery debris on the ground, but that may be fire extinguisher, so I'm not going to put it down to anything else.
That's right. They get there with the, what are they using, cold fire here?
I believe so, yep.
To try and extinguish. It's very, very good at doing the job required of it. But our team there just giving Damien some instruction on what he can go for next. They're going to try and pop the hatch down, and that's pretty much him done anyway. And we'll see the end of Damien Cook here with the Skid Kid. How about at Alice Springs? Make some noise for Damien Cook. He gave it a lot to start with the classic VN Calais. He's got a bit of the old burn rash on the back of the car too. We're going to see if we can get him out of here, or are we pushing him? Oh, I think we might be on the multi-man push job here for Skid Kid. Shout out to all our volunteers putting in the hard yards here in Alice Springs to make sure we can go have some fun and giving up their time to make Red CentreNATS the event that it deserves to be here in Alice.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the Cook team. But that's a part of motorsports and burnouts especially. Sometimes the engines just don't want to go any longer. They've been put through some abuse. But again, a massive shout out to our volunteers and our fireys this weekend for doing what they're doing. As we take a look at the replay.
Look at the way that this car came in on the tip in. It's got big smoke, big gutsy tip in. There's a lot of car to turn around the old VN Calais.
Yeah, butterflies were singing on that ugly.
Not quite the nice and nimble, playful little car that the PE20 Corollas may be. Skid Kid, unfortunately, not really getting the time that he wanted on the Red CentreNATS Burnout pad here tonight. Big fire up front. But how about the story for our next contender? Now, this is going to be really cool to see as we get the vision of our fire crew getting the job done there for Damien Cook, and the vision of the cleanup job that is taking place now. For those of us who are just joining on the live stream tonight, here's a quick recap of how the night has gone so far for your Burnout qualifying. We kicked things off, Josh, with a bit of Lucifer action, a test hit, if you would.
Yeah, definitely was a bit more than a test hit, I think, Chris Mitchell. We absolutely sent it. Then we had sacked out. And we're just going through some of our open competitors so far.
Feels like a lifetime ago. The sun was still out,
into it with
and we're
Red
having
Dog.
fun in the late afternoon sun here in Alice Springs. We find ourselves deep into the night. Red Dog was pretty cool to watch.
Built to Fry was on song. That thing was quick. It sounded very, very nice. Then we had Violate. That was doing double duties. Came out twice over our open comp.
The second edition didn't quite go to plan, but this one ran in a bit of a different story here. Double skidding the piggy bank entry.
And he's got a very special passenger riding on for the Red CentreNATS Burnout pad.
Yes.
Having a bit of fun, bit of a special guest action in the passenger seat. Great to see the contenders coming out. Little ranger.
Young Connor Tatani.
With the big old Volvo wagon. Getting it done. Tatani showing us how to wheel an absolute land whale on this small pad here in Alice Springs.
Yeah, then we had Chris Habib Kazar, one of our local favourites here in the open comp. Be interesting to see how he went. And then we had Jaquin Tatani out in his machine.
How's this with the hands out, one through the sunroof, one out the side door as well from the passenger, just absolutely screaming. Ken Oath was fun to watch.
Big speed on the tip in here.
And then this thing was great. It's like a Harlequin by this point. It had a bit of silver, bit of blue, bit of purple, yellow interior as well. The old Falcon getting the job done. The Barras were flying the flag pretty well here with your open class qualifying.
Yeah, we had TJ Hush out next, his first time out in this vehicle. He did a very good job, did young TJ. Pushing it around this Red CentreNATS Burnout pad. As we continue to watch these vehicles make their way through. This was a lovely VX making its way, and then we had that supercharged Allotech, which was good to see, something unique.
It's awesome to see some different combinations that we saw from our open class. Some of the supercharged V6 combos, mixing it up with the 8-cylinder tanks. And having a that all time out here at Red CentreNATS 09. The Toxic Green, that was one mad, what was it? One mad SS, that's right. That was beautiful. Coming out with a bit of flow, a bit of pro class flavour.
Yeah, love to see these naturally aspirated cars making their way through them, pumping a heap of smoke out the back. You don't need to be blown to be known. And then we had Yahoon, who came out all the way from the ACT. Don't you worry about that. Normally parties at the CentreNATS.
It's cool to have so many contenders coming a long, long way to meet us here in Alice Springs. Paisel, rub one out. A little Corolla if it could. I haven't got this car, honestly. Big contender for me to head into the finals on Sunday. Rough 008 in that prime red ute. Was a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, the Frankenstein VS Ute making its way out. Another one of those V6 machines, and that one sounded pretty good until it all went astray. And then Ben Martin was the man who put on a show. Smoke screened us out and then absolutely smashed the rims off. They were glowing red.
This is cool to watch. I want to see the highlights of the rim bash, but our producer wants to get on with the job. The old WH was having a lot of fun. Skidding in luxury. Probably had the aircon on, jazz music playing in the background, the foot spa for the passenger, and the sunroof open before we got stuck into the little Sigma. All right, time to check this one out. Next contender coming into play. Broke a drive shaft. Got a replacement to meet us out here on the pad. Stephen Robson in spot 057 is back to play here at Red CentreNATS.
Well, that's how you get the tyres off in the spot 057. They're going to be extremely excited about that. Put your hands together for Stephen Robson.
How good. What a story for these guys. After breaking a drive shaft. It was just this morning we were reading about it on Facebook, and the call went out to the social media land. Even Burnout Masters getting behind it to help Spot 057 get back on the pad today. They got a replacement drive shaft in it, and I think Stephen has just done it justice, potentially punching a ticket to the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, that is one of those Red CentreNATS stories that you love to hear. It's about people coming together, something happens to the car, they all come together, they pull stuff out of it, out of everywhere, you know, stuff that hasn't been used in years, and we get cars back up and running and get them out on the pad. And that there is, you got to love that Alice Springs spirit, ladies and gents.
Final instructions going then to Luke Davis. The VL, you got ID. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It goes quiet.
It turns over again. Come on, Luke. It's gone quiet again. The VL, we said it might have had a bit of dramas, and it shuts off for Luke Davis.
I think the car just got asked for his ID at the bar. Trying to get the tyres off. You got ID all the way from the ACT.
Uh-oh.
Put your hands together.
How about it? Give it up for Luke Davis. He's going to get out and celebrate. He's got a smile on his dial at least. It's the name of the game. And for the man from the ACT, you want to go see cars like this? You know where to be. CentreNATS. Tickets selling fast. What's the web address, Josh?
www.centrenats.com, I do believe.
Trucks all around. Oh, I can't remember. Get your tickets quickly. Get in quickly. Get your tickets for CentreNATS coming up in the new year. What number are we up to now for CentreNATS? Come on, Luke. 30-something? 36?
Yes, well, coming from the Allison, having gone over to CentreNATS for the first ever time a couple of years ago, I can tell you it's definitely an experience. And if you haven't been there, get over there. It is something you do not want to miss.
I need to make my pilgrimage to CentreNATS 1 year soon. It's got to fit it in. As we see the back end of the skid there for Luke Davis. You ladies and gents better buckle up here at Alice Springs, because this man is about to bring all the revs and then some. John O'Kelly out to play here in Red Centre with 355.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the 355 of John O'Kelly, bringing all the revs. And if you're an American NASCAR fan, you'll know that sound, because it's a NASCAR motor under the bonnet. Put your hands together for John O'Kelly. And he might even have some goodies for the crowd. He does. Gotta love it. John O'Kelly has been here a couple of times. He's won.
He's got a decent arm on him. Look at him.
He does. Look,
he's getting him up in the crowd. They're frothing over it. So make some noise if you want to win some merch from John O'Kelly. 355, bringing all the revs. What do we count that one as? What is the tackle on that thing? It's over 9,000. Hear the Dragon Ball Z references, but that is next level, that thing.
Best looking cars, one of the best sounding cars. Well knew that if I had a spare large amount of money in the back pocket, that's what I'd be going to buy.
Checking out the replay. 355. Loves to rock without the bonnet. Wheel speed alone on that thing. I wonder it didn't last too long with the old tyres down the back. Kelly getting it done in very nicely. Is that enough to see the former winner punch his ticket to Sunday's finals? Here we go then. Rick Davis coming out to play. It's foreplay. That
Drive line, I think.
sounds a bit sick.
And the party rhino is out. That is really unfortunate.
The car's called foreplay, but that rhino looks like it's doing a bit more to the back of that ute. And similar word can be used to describe the way that thing went through the skid as well, because it dropped down to the res and went nowhere for Rick
Drive
Davis.
line, I think.
That's unfortunate, and that's going to be nowhere near enough to get him close to punching a ticket to Sunday.
I hope you're having a good time, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Alice Springs Inland Dragway. We're here for Red CentreNATS 09. We've all met in the middle once again, and how good is it to be back in the Red Centre for another awesome Red CentreNATS. And by the way, ladies and gents, 9 years this year. Next year, we hit the big 10-year anniversary. That's going to be a party, I can tell you that, because we've got a little bit planned for that one.
Shout out to everyone watching live online via Performance Garage on YouTube. Tell us where you're watching from, who's been your favourite so far, and who you're excited to see. There's been a couple of people asking, where's Sicko? Coming. I guarantee it. He's in the lineup, ready to rock and roll as we keep things rolling on. Next up, all the way from the Australian Capital Territory, Nathan Sutherland, Killer Set.
Burnout there from Nathan Sutherland, bringing the absolute noise. Chris Mitchell, you've got to love that whine.
The induction whine just sounds like 100 screaming cats just absolutely howling here in Alice Springs. What an awesome car, awesome skid from Nathan Sutherland. Killer Set doing exactly that, and well primed to try and meet us on Sunday for the finals.
Yeah, brought the noise and the smoke.
Next up, Dutchie Holland out to play, paging Dr. Steve. with a bit of the revs to leave the pad. Dr. Steve.
Dr. Steve.
Just what the doctor ordered. Nothing but limiter. Gotta love it here in the red center. Very, very nice there from the doctor. Is Dutchy Holland making his way around the pad. Looks like it's had a couple of excursions elsewhere.
Yeah, front end looks like a half-do pasty right now. It's done a bit of work. Wonder if that'll be enough to see Dutchy join us in the finals on Sunday. At least he got tyres off, drove off the pad under his own power. Plenty of smoke throughout the entire skid. Next one coming up is a big crowd favourite, Michael Hinchy, Clickbait.
Oh my God.
Yep, that's going to undo that one for Clickbait. It was going so well right up until it all burst into flames. Our fire crew on the scene for Michael Hinchy. And it started front and rear at the same time.
Yeah.
That's when you know you've really eaten the spicy food for dinner. Out the front and the back with the flame. He's celebrating with the crowd though. Make some noise, Alice Springs, for Clickbait.
Wow. That is...
Can't wait to see the replay on that.
That is very unfortunate there for Hinchy. I know he was really looking forward to doing this burnout here on the Alice Springs Inland Dragway for the Red
You were
CentreNATS.
really excited to see this car come out. You were frothing.
I've never seen this car in person. I got to see it this afternoon for the first time. I had a chat with Michael. Michael.
Now the tyres are off. Did they come off or did they just burn off when everything burst into flames? It's already back up. As soon as he's fired the car back up, it's ignited the leftover rubber and just left a little bit of a smouldering patch there. It's like the medieval fire and brimstone on the red CentreNATS burnout pad. Michael Hinchy, Clickbait. Wild card. Instant replay. For Hinchy, huge tip in. It's a lot of car to move around, lots of revs. Just that incredible scorching Dector hat, sinking up into the atmosphere to get all the extra cold desert air down the gullet to make all that power.
Yeah, force feeding that VF wagon.
And we're just you gotta pinpoint the moment it all goes wrong in just a sec. It went up the entry chute, gave it a nice turn around.
Nice and conservative as well there for Hinchy. Playing it smart. And then it got very bright.
Yep. A shot from the deep end. At the exit chute there, you can see the smoke just filling out the entirety of the burnout pad here. And are going to rock and roll through lights that have been so far. Matt Watts, Blow Up, started us off to be a pro-class qualifying skids tonight. This little beast of a car, Josh, just straight into it. ZFG, 0 Fruit Loops given. and going hard out until he found the fence with the front end of the car.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Watsy in that blown LS combo. So crunch on the front end, but this man's our standout so far.
Oh man, what a tip in. What an absolute madman. What kind of screws does he have loose in his head to come out and do that on our Burnout pad? An epic drive from Andrew Lynch.
And watch the speed he goes into the entry chute. It's just insane. The man has no brain. You've got to love it. You've got to love it. Especially when it comes to driving. You're just absolutely essential. Like, look at the speed coming back out from the entry chute into the Burnout pad. He must have gone all the way down into that entry chute, turned it around, and got all the way back in.
Double pirouettes for days there. Then this was Cohen in the big wagon 4 limiter. Was out to play. The rear glass was opening up on the tip around at the back of that thing, just 4 kilometres away from where he sits in the driver's seats. It's like driving a school bus.
Let a little bit of air out of that. Next we had the crazy machine. That thing was doing very, very well on the smoke score side of things. And unfortunately things just had a tiny little love tap on the front end with the wall.
It was probably less the love tap and more the fact of having to grab reverse to get out of that. Unfazed was next. I love this car. I love the colour. I love the presentation. It looked like it was puffing a bit. You can see all that coming out of the engine bay, but with no bonnet on the car, it just lets all the extra smoke out that comes up from underneath the car. An epic skid from Unfazed a little bit earlier. Skid kid with Damien at the wheel. Came out to play. It had some dramas as well, but ultimately ended his time here in Pro Burnout qualifying. Red CentreNATS 09 is beautiful. Friday nights in the Red Centre. The story of the day is this man though, Spotto 57, after snapping a 28-spline drive shaft earlier today while out cruising the Red Centre, put the call out, got a replacement, then came out and absolutely ripped this place a new one. And I reckon that's going through to the finals, Josh.
Yeah, definitely. Will was a very, very good burnout. Then we had the You Got ID. Had a couple of issues throughout the burnout, but got it ironed out in the end. It was a pretty good skid.
Just if not for those couple of stops throughout the skid. 355, John O'Kelly, a former winner of this event, with that incredible 9,000 plus RPM NASCAR engine. He won Red CentreNATS 07 in the Burnouts.
I believe so.
Looking to try and do it again here in the 9th edition. That was a very, very tidy skid there from John O'Kelly. It's foreplay. Foreplay was didn't really make it to the next base, so that's about as far as foreplay went tonight. How many times has that happened?
Yeah, oh, I'm not going to say anything, Chris, but next up, the man we've all been waiting for, Jake Myers and Sicko.
some noise, Alice Springs for Sicko! He's up on the fence and celebrating. Give him a rev, folks. High fives all around. Check out the tip-in. The note on this car is distinctive. It holds that low, grunty tone. Well, as described up here in commentary as throaty.
Hey, don't kill me for that up here in the box. I don't want to be known for that one, but Jake Myers will be known for this skid here in the red centre. It was a very, very good burnout there from start to finish. I think in the end, just from my personal opinion, got a little bit lost there, but came out in the end. He had the special guest of Carl from 1320 Video on board as well.
He's at the door, our next contender, all the way from Western Australia, Jared Fiorenza, Big Italy. Oh, Big Italy, what have you done? Fiorenza comes to a stop in the middle of the pad. Just tone of that 250 X-Flow engine combination with a mechanical blower on top.
Such a unique sounding car.
Don't think he's playing for the full arsenal here. It sounds like the power's gone away a little bit. Jared Fiorenza.
Now it seems that both of them are off. And I've got to say, that is one of the best sounding burnout cars I've heard in the country, especially for a $6 car.
How's the 60s suspension on it? When he tries to whip it around, it's trying to roll itself over. For the old XL Utes.
Gotta love the body roll.
Bit of rim bash off the pad. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Big Italy. Fiorenza. Big Italy.
Big noise. Big driver skill, using as much of the pad as he could. And Big Italy making its way around the red CentreNATS burnout pad.
Very unique combination. Love to see it. Hopefully we get to see it again on Sunday. Next up, Cody Free, frothing. he whipped it around and it went all quiet there for Cody. It sounded so strong right up until that point as well for the man all the way from Tassie. But what's happened? It's come to a stop.
Yeah, I think it tried to crack over the butterflies there. Just waiting.
He's trying to get it refired, assessing the situation. Now, it looks like the passenger side tyre is off from this shot. I think the driver's side is off too at this point of the skid. You can see he's stomping on the pedal, cracking the blades there on the injector hat, trying to get it to turn over. See if the car's going to respond in any way here for Cody. You would hate to come all this way, put down such a performance, only to be let down mechanically. The fire marshal with his offense, and Cody lays into the skiddy pedal.
Another one of those supercharger lines you love to hear.
How's the tip in from Cody as well? With Frosted. Pretty common combination here. The good old 03 VY Commodore Club Sport. With a big blower out top and lots of induction wine. Will that be enough to see Cody come out and play on Sunday afternoon here at Red CentreNATS 09? Just going to have to wait to find out and tally the scores. Only the top 10 will go through to Sunday's Big Show finals. Plus, the top 3 from Open are given the opportunity. They can choose, if they want, to step up into Pro and have a crack at the big prize. There it was for Cody. It was hard at work through the smoke there before it came unstuck. And here we go. Peter Kramusa, 700 cubic inches at risk. This skid to a halt. Tyres are off though, and he's driven it off the pad, only to be met by the fire officials frantically looking underneath the car. How about it, Alice Springs? Give it up, Peter Kramusa at risk. What an incredible car. What a driver as well.
I don't think they can hear us, Bruce.
No, there's comment sections pouring in with our live streams. People saying this car has made them deaf before, so I apologise. No, you know what? I don't apologise to the several thousand people who just got that little bit of hearing damage out there on the hill. You deserved it.
Hey, we've got hearing protection for it. You all would have picked it up on your way through, so hopefully you guys have done the right thing there. But I can tell you, yeah, this thing is one of the best sound cars in the country. 702 cubes of just angry motor.
Lots of revs from that engine as well. It's hard to imagine such a large displacement motor can spin so hard with the blower on top of it. I mean, it barely fits in the front end of this car. This is an old car. They're massive. It's like driving a freaking oil tanker. Peter Gramusa doing what he needs to do. A massive flash of flame at the end of the skid, but he was out the door. He was out the exit chute, tyres were off, and he drove off under his own power, scoring a lot of love from the fans watching live online. Tuning in on Performance Garage with the live stream. Make sure you join us tomorrow as well for our Heavy Hitters drag racing. Our main event drag racing from about 6 p.m. here at Alice Springs Inland Dragway tomorrow evening. We've got lots of activities happening throughout the day. Hit up Red CentreNATS online. Go to the website, redcentrenats.com.au, and find the program for what's coming up tomorrow here on the Saturday here in Alice Springs. How good is that crowd? Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Give us a wave if you see yourself up on the big screen. Come on. You can see it. You can do it. And you missed it.
Yep. The officials working very, very hard on the burnout pad.
We're going to take a peek at the mass amount of sweeping going on. And poor fire official's going to end up with tennis elbow after tonight. Sweeping all the carnage off the burnout pad. Here's a bit of a replay action from what happened earlier in the night through your open class burnouts. Qualifying Mystic Cow, that toxic green open class combination.
Grumpy!
Maybe mincemeat of the opposition.
Yeah, then we had the grumpy machine. That thing was exactly what the number plate said. Grumpy. Heaps of smoke though, and a very good burnout. Then we had the Violate machine back out, and this was the second time it did come out. Unfortunately this time, not having the best of runs, and then we had the Grouch Ute making its way out with that blown combo.
Out a bit prematurely for the
this
class
time,
entry.
Marcus East,
We saw the
piggyback.
come out again. The second skid. It's good to see, and we get ready to go again. Back into it. This time, Ryan Lofts, or what?
Well, Ryan Lofts in or what? That LS1 with the 671 twin methanol carby setup. You gotta love it. And I think Lofts is gonna get out. Yeah, the crowd love to see it. Or what? Put your hands together. That was a pretty stellar skid.
Comments coming in from the chat, watching live online, saying, looks like a bushfire here in Alice Springs. There's a lot of dry scrub around. You don't want to go too hard with the sparks and flame. Great skid though from Ryan Lofts. Get the tyres off, gets the job done. Needs to just sort of creep his way off the pad here. See if he can jump over a little at the exit of the pad. Here's the replay for Ryan. It's trying to exit the back of the car through every nook and cranny, coming out around all the openings around the tail lights. Just everything, just pouring smoke out of the red CentreNATS burnout pad.
Yeah, you'll have to see it. Smoke score from this one will be hard to beat throughout the night, as you can see from that shot right there. Absolutely engulfing that burnout pad here at Red Centre. But next up, the man we saw a little bit earlier on, Chris.
Yes, Luxifer is back to play. No test skid this time. This time, we're meaning business. Kyle Douglas, ready to play. It's Luxifer.
So I think the test skid helped him out a little bit, but Carl Douglas in Luxifer, ladies and gentlemen, what a stellar skid from that big bad Hilux.
That was epic from Douglas. He got it right down to the rims now. He hasn't bottomed it out on the diff, so he's still safe to try and get it off the burnout pad. What an absolute monster truck of a burnout car.
The smoke scores of that are going to be very...
He's going to have a hard time trying to get it to creep its way off the burnout pad. Look at it, he's just crab walking his way. He's going to try and whip it around and make his way towards the exit. Bit more party for the team. We chatted to him earlier and I really did have to ask the question, how do you not tip it over? He goes, oh, it just feels like normal right now. So accustomed to sitting so high off the ground.
You might see in some of their socials as well, they actually put a little bit of fabrication in the pits to their headers to make it sound a little bit nicer, and let's just say it worked. This thing is... Oh yeah, like what they've done to it, and that War Speed motor just absolutely singing full song. The little tyre cutters on the back there, or the pizza cutters on the back there. No four-wheel drive tyres on the rear there. They take a little bit to get through on this burnout pad. But Kyle Douglas will be happy with that.
Next up, Harry Seaman out to play with Hazard.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Harry Seaman in Hazard with that blown 202. Such a unique sounding vehicle. And
Had a bit of celebration flames from the pyro, but some flames in the engine bay of this 202 powered VK as well there, Josh. It kind of brought the skid. It came right at the end of the burnout as he was leaving the pad, but that engine bay was lit right up.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Harry, but I don't think they will get called because it was off the burnout pad before it did get noticed, I do believe. But yeah, Harry Seaman will be very happy with that machine, that blown 202 with that unique whine to it. You love to hear it. I love to hear it. I love the old 202 motor. It's a great old motor.
Tons of smoke being pumped out by Harry with the 202 powered VK. How cool is this one though? Tiny towing, Jay Chun Tai with the stretched out Suzuki carry.
Well, it looks like both tyres are off now, and this man is one of my favourites in the Burnout scene. Jay Chun Tai, he'll get out, he will party, because that thing has got both the tyres off.
Make some noise, Alice Springs. Give it up for Tiny Towing.
Oh, look at his shoes as well. He's got the light up shoes to Jay Chun Tai. I love this man. He's such a good bloke. Who rode shotgun with him as well? One of the media guys? I think that might be Matt from 1320 Video, actually. Awesome. Jay Chun Tai giving Matt, yep, that is Matt from 1320 Video a ride. So both the 1320 boys have got in a Burnout Pro car this evening.
How good for this car. What a great skid from Jay Chun Tai. Gets the job done, tyres off. And the most iconic cars here at Red CentreNATS. Check out the replay from Tiny Towing. Just look at the smoke from the back end of this thing. It looks so obscure. It's wider at the back than the front. It's 14 yards long.
Turns on a pivot.
It's got all 2 square meters of floor space in the cab. And absolutely rips with a 346 cube combination that sits right kind of behind and down from the driver's backside as we get set. Last car of the night, Loose Cube.
Well, Jack Seaman in Loose Cube, 403 cubic inches of absolute fatness.
How good to wrap things up for your last pro car on the pad. Jack Seaman throwing it down here at Red CentreNATS. We've got fireworks cranking down the other side of the drag strip to cap off an epic night here at Alice Springs Inland Dragway. Josh, we've got a ton of action coming up over the course of tomorrow and Sunday. It all kicks off tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. All of Blatherskite Park opens up. You've got grass driving events, show and shine thanks to Shannon's, the Shed Elite Show Cars, Kids Entertainment, Desert Wheels Expo, and the Great Northern Four-Wheel Drive Cruise, all kicking off tomorrow morning from Blatherskite Park.
Yep, all from 9 o'clock in the morning. And then if you're a little bit more enthused by some vehicles running down the quarter mile, make sure to come back out here to the Alice Springs Inland Dragway, where you'll get to put up with me and Chris once again.
Don't send them away. Hey. Don't send them home yet. Come on.
For the grudge racing fun runs, we got 2 sessions of that going on tomorrow. And then the thing that I think is just one of the most iconic things at this event, I'll put it right here, right now. Make sure that 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, you set up for the Yipperinia Shopping Centre Street Parade. It is one of the best things ever, Chris.
It is. We'll be streaming that as well from Red CentreNATS online. The format from that at BP starts from 3 p.m. for the Yipperinia Shopping Centre Street Parade, kicking off from 5, leaving from Blatherskite Park. And then we come back out here for the night session here in Alice Springs Inland Dragway. Heavy hitters drag racing, baby. We got all the fastest cars coming out to Red Centre, plus some epic exhibition cars to put on some kick-ass racing all night long. That is going to be streamed as well for everyone watching live online right now. Make sure you stay in touch, stay on the socials, like, follow, subscribe Performance Garage on YouTube. You'll get notifications when we go live as well. Big thanks to Performance Garage putting that on YouTube as well. It's going to be epic. Tomorrow is going to be sick.
Well, we're going to have a look at what happened in our pro competition. We started off with Matty Watts in blow-up in that blown LS. Then we had the madman himself, Andrew Lintz, absolutely sending it. Then we had Cohen Walters in 4 limiter, unfortunately not going right for him. Then we had Crazy. This thing was on song. Love to see it. Then we had Unfazed, and that thing was absolutely screaming. Huge smoke scores. Then we had the Skid Kid, Damien Cook, out in that machine. That thing was also singing.
Yeah, unfortunately cut short. The big story of the day, Spot 57, getting the replacement drive shaft and being able to come and kill a set on the pad tonight before you got ID. A couple of false starts, a couple of reattempts at getting going. Ultimately ended up with a pretty decent skid. I don't know if it's good enough to make the top 10 to join us on Sunday though.
Yep, then we had John O'Kelly in that dumping 355 NASCAR motor.
It's foreplay.
And then we had the foreplay. Unfortunately, they're not going too far at all. Rear end.
Didn't leap to third base.
No, didn't kill a set. Nathan Sullivan up in there, sending the revs through the roof.
It was epic to see that. Dutchy Holland came out to play. Bit beat up on the front end for Dutchy before Clickbait came out to party and lit the place up. I mean, literally lit the place up.
Yeah, Jake Myers in sicko. That thing was on song and sounded clean. Be interesting to see if he comes and joins us in the final. Then we had the big Italy. This thing was mean with the awesome body roll, dropping all the way from Tasmania. Unfortunately, also lit up the Burnout pad. Then we had Pete Gramusa in that angry at risk.
My tinnitus is still flaring up from that one. All Watts with an epic display on the pad, all the way from Queensland, getting it done. Luxifar came out to redo what he threw down to start us off tonight with that test skid earlier. An epic skid from that Hilux for Harry Seaman in the 202 powered VK Commodore. Sounds incredible. A great little power plant for that car that threw down on the pad.
Yeah, Jay Chuntai came out in tiny towing and absolutely put on a show. That thing was pivoting around the pad. You love to see it from Jay. Then we had the big loose Q, Jack Seaman, doing his thing for the final skid of the night. It was on song, big revs, big smoke.
That is a wrap for your Burnout qualifying tonight. Thank you so much for joining us here at Red CentreNATS, here at Alice Springs Inland Dragway. Remember, all the action kicking off tomorrow. Go on redcentrenats.com.au for all the program and timings for where you need to be, and catch us live streaming as well. We'll be streaming the Yeparenya Street Parade. Plus, we'll be streaming the heavy hitter drag racing from right here at Acid tomorrow night. So stay tuned. Make sure to like, follow, and subscribe. And we'll see you tomorrow here at Red CentreNATS 09.